Okay, guys, I'm back, and last chance for YouTube. I can't get the audio working. I don't know what to do, and I honestly can't spend any more time trying to figure it out. The mic is working on my end. I did a little tap check, and it said the mic was working in YouTube, so I have no idea why it wouldn't be working. Yay! Okay, third time lucky. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys. So TGHL, yeah, this was a bit of a wild one yesterday. As I said before, it started off at 78 cents, it got up to 99, closed down here at 82. I did see this after hours. It started to rip after hours. This morning, it actually got up to 147. Low, actually, it's not, well, it's low. It's 12 million in the float. Not crazy low. Ruby, RUBI, another one. Big pop, big drop. Sobering for silver right now, guys. So the silver had the big move, and then it just could not really get going again. But now look at it through the 200-day moving average, basically back almost from where it started 2 days ago. Had some news 3 days ago regarding how they're abandoning their business and merging with another company. I see that SpaceX is still underneath the IPO price. Now, give me one moment. I will be right back. Give me one moment. All right, I promise I'm back. 9:10 now. Okay, let's see what else is happening. So we looked at the Ruby, couldn't see any news on this one. DSGR, I don't know this one at all. Distribution Solutions Group. This looks like a buyout. Soars after take private. Yeah, so this is a buyout for DSGR. They actually did a financing also. Okay, thank you. 161 in terms of the sober. IQST. Again, the theme is pop and drop down below the VWAP. So let's take a look at some of the earnings plays this morning that I can see with some volume. Abbott Labs, this is an earnings play. I know, William, you put some of the beat. One of Abbott was one of them. So TSM, so UNH, GE, CFG, and PLD. Okay, well, I don't know if ABT, Abbott Labs, is a beat raise, but it's up this morning. This is an earnings play. It was a beat in line, okay. But it is up. It is up a little bit. And pretty good volume already. 1.7 billion in the float. So that's a pretty big move, with 1.7 billion in the float to move 4%. That is a pretty big move. How is Micron doing this morning? The market is weakening. Well, a little bit weak to start. There's a SPY sitting right on the VWAP again. So Micron is still weak, man. Excuse me. Morning, Ahmed. So another one, guys. Big pop in the pre-market, and then the big drop below the VWAP. Yeah, United. So yeah, you're right. I'm just looking here. United Healthcare jumps after earnings. United Airlines slips. So let's take a look at UNH. Like to see some. Oh yeah, I've checked the VEE. Well, checked it. I mean, I see it's here. UNH. Okay, well, at least it's over the VWAP now. Okay, guys, the sleuths in the room. What is a company ETF for UNH? They're on the long, certainly on the long side, but maybe even on the short side. GE. Boy, that's a well, it's a move down now. Okay, I see. 1 billion in the float for GE, not General. Is this really General Electric? Old General Electric? I'll be able to tell by the date. Yeah, this is the old GE, 1878. That's when it started by Mr. Edison himself. Hmm. All right, thank you, William. UNHU is a two-time. Okay. As long as I can short it, then I guess it doesn't really matter whether there's a yeah, you know what? Only and hardly any volume. Yeah, hardly any volume. Only 16,000 shares available to short. So how about okay, UNHG, UNHG. I'm gonna have to go to a website. Okay, way better, way better. Not so much. I mean, there are some shares available, 19,000 on the short side, but at least there's more volume. It's little bit of priced. It's not. No, it's not like a scanner at all. The scanner, our definition of NP, our definition of a scanner is a real-time alert. So you create a bunch of filters, like a price range you want, minimum volume, things like that. So filters, and then you create what we call a trigger. Okay, if all those filters, if the filter values are all met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, say that's your trigger, you get a real-time alert. I mean, I'm using the new high of the day as the trigger. Could be a new 5-minute high, could be a 10-minute low. We have all sorts of different real-time triggers. That's a scanner. The race is more, showing it's more like an advanced version of our top list window, showing stocks that are moving. Oh, of course. Well, the race is based on a top list window. If I right click in the body of this race and I open the top list window, there's not that there'll be a lot more once the market open, well, the 9:30 open. But this is what I'm looking for in this top list window. Okay. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded at least and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So this is all, of course, customizable. You can add more filters in. You can change the price. Well, it's all customizable. You create your own top list window with your own set of filters. and then look, right click, then you can launch the real-time stock race from your parameters. Okay, that's the whole idea of the race. Like overall, this around 10 o'clock. But you can also, if you go to our user guide, there's a whole section on TI stock racing. CDNA. Okay, well, this one at least is above the VWAP, trading higher after the company announced the finalization of the Medicare local coverage determination process related to molecular testing for solid organ allograft rejection. Wow. Okay, so CDNA, this is and good volume, good volume, not a high float, not a low float. Okay, guys, let's take a look at these sectors now. So the market is a little bit off this. Well, I look at the market. I'm looking at the SPY. The SPY is off a couple of points. Let's take a look at the. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm going to get down. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More, and get down to the sector status. So ahead of the market, the 9:30 open. Here's the top one right now is healthcare, up 1.2% from yesterday's close. What's the worst one? Silver. Okay, so silver is weak. SMH is weak. The semis, gold, silver, gold, and semis all weak. Okay, to start, retail's a little bit weak. Now, is there anything here that I haven't seen that's like some kind of a big pop? Well, okay, so there is the healthcare sector, and you can see we've got some big ones. UNH, Abbott, Humana. Is there a bad one? CI, is that Cigna Group? Okay. I don't know if it's an earnings play. Not an earnings play, but most of the healthcare sector stocks are up, but this one is down 2.6%. CI. Again, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. Well, I don't usually look at the utilities. See if there's anything else on the way down that we're not talking about. There's the GE that William was talking about. Are you on the latest? Here's Etsy. Is that an earnings play? Is not an earnings play. Etsy is down also. Are you on the latest beta? NP? Are you on the latest beta version of Trade Ideas, or do you know? You click on Help and About. Uh, You think so? You might have to go back then. I don't go back to the production version then. I guess I don't know why it's happening for you that it keeps shutting down. Or you might have to go back to the production version. Here's the download link. Okay, there's the download. How to confirm? If you click on help and about, okay, click on help and about right here in my toolbar, click on help and about. It's going to tell you the version you're on. I'm on a development version. It says 5.9. I don't know what yours is going to say. The beta may be 5.9. Yeah. So that, but you might want to go back then to this one, the TI Pro, the other one. Okay. And I don't know why. I mean, obviously it's not happening. It's not happening with me shutting down. I wish it would say what it is. There it is. Okay. So it is 5.9. So we're on the same version. All right, guys. So CDNA, let me get rid of this. So remember, silver, any silver plays are probably weakening today. And there's silver. There's the ETF for silver. Look at a couple of them. PAAS. I think this is an earnings play. I think Manpower Group is an earnings play. Not too much volume yet, though. 32,000 shares. But this is an earnings play. I don't know what you saw. Wow, 18%. To check what William said if he even looked at Man. So I don't know if you saw Manpower Group, William, in your analysis, but this is a big rip here, up 18%, trading up. Okay, trading high after the company reported better than Q2 financial results and issued guidance above. So at least it's one beat and a raise. I don't know if I don't know if it's a beat. In other words, beat on earnings, beat on revenue, but they've obviously the big one though really is guidance, and that is MAN. All right, guys, I'm actually looking for some disaster. I'm not talking about these ones. These are low floats. They're just trading kind of on their own. But I'm looking at. I want to see if there's a bio disaster here. Do now. This is probably some kind of a dividend split, or yeah, this is a dividend. It's not really down 35%. Yeah, there it is. You can see it right there, $3.50. Okay, that's your drop. That's a dividend drop. Okay, so it's a dividend. So it's really not. I mean, it's not really down 35%. So with that in mind, I might have to thumbnail that one just to see if it starts to rally a little bit. People realizing this is really just a dividend play and it's not I mean, it looks like it's down 35%. Horrible news or something. ASTS, okay. Well, Piper Sandler is saying, you know what? We're initiating coverage. So it's not like they've been covering this in the past. So we're initiating coverage with a target of $100. Okay. It's a pretty big pop actually now for A's. I don't know if that just no, that didn't just come out. That Piper Sandler recommendation that's been out since at least 8:51. But a nice little pop through the View app now for ASTS. Erna, okay. Obi, let's take a look at Erna. Erna, I remember this one from yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these ones where it looked really awesome, 989, but look where it closed. Closed down here at 679, but it is getting going again, yes. Low float, 1.1 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. What do they do? Therapeutics, okay. Cell engineering therapies. So actually a little pop here. This is a or a take private. Okay, they're taking this company private. LKCM Headwaters take private. Is this an is this a done deal? So it looks like this is a done deal. All right, guys, we have 15 seconds till the 9:30 open. So let me just get these out of the way here. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Hmm. I've got something open that is giving me some alerts. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Well, Unhinged is definitely moving here, guys. UNHG. For whatever reason, I had a price alert for Tesla down here. Okay, guys, I've got some alert window that's open that I don't know, and it's giving me a bunch of sound alerts. MUU though, MUU is well, MU. Remember, MUU is the two-time ETF for Micron, so it's trying to come back through the VWAP, performing not unlike what the SPY is doing through the VWAP. Well, this man certainly moved, guys. We talked about this right around here, around the 45 mark, 48, almost $49 now. Well, Sober's trying to scramble back, guys. Sober, SOBR, trying to scramble back. It's down 42%, but it is trying to scramble back a bit. Somebody told me they did a financing. And we've got some halt. So Ruby got halted on the way down, and NBVE got halted on the way down also. Wow, SpaceX is having a nice move now, guys. At 135 level has been defended not badly. I know it got down to 133, but that 135 IPO price of 135, the IPO price of 135 is still being defended. SPCX is now 137.50. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Well, I'm waiting for my trend reversals. Nothing will happen in this until at least 9:35. It is now 9:35. There we go. There's one. So here are a couple now. ORCX. So this is Oracle. This is a two-time Oracle. Okay. So of Oracle, and the other one is ORCU, which has more volume. 685 for that one, and 674 for this one. So Oracle to stock must be down about 2.5% or a little over 2.8% or so. Oracle to stock. Let me take a look. ORCL. I want to see if there's any specific news for it, or if it's just part of the semi. Yeah, I don't know if there's. I don't think there's any specific news on it. It's just overall weakness in the semis and all. Up to you. They're both, Ahmed. I mean, they're both extremely low floats. Okay, and I don't think. Well, I don't. I know I can't short SDOT, but they're both extremely low floats. It's hard to make any recommendations one way or the other. They're. And this has been pretty choppy, but 520,000 in the float for that one, and SDOT, and I think it's under $1 million also. Yeah, it's both under $1 million. So very choppy, still very choppy. I can't short. Oh, there are shorts available. I can't believe it. 31,000 at Interactive Brokers, but it's so right now. There's no, in my opinion, anyway. There's no advantage one way or the other. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP, but too early. But don't let me stop you. I mean, if you think you've got an edge and going one way or the other for either one of them, boy, look at this. This was a really nice one. I mean, this man got up to 50. Oh, why do I have this up still? Boy, this rocket's on the move here, guys. RKT, Rocket Company's on the move here. The old Rocket Mortgage. All right, VRAX, but it's underneath the VWAP. Okay, VRAX showing up on the reversal scan, but it is underneath the VWAP. The VWAP's fairly close. I don't mind. I don't mind taking stocks underneath the VWAP, but that VWAP is for me. It's just too close. First of all, it's got to take out 4 for me to take it, and then the VWAP's at 412. So maybe what I have to do is put a price alert around 415 and see if somehow it can take that out later. So the market, yeah, look at what happened. So the market had a little bit of a rally here. That was at 9:30. So the 9:30 open had a bit of a rally up, but then sold off and now selling off again. Ah, well, I didn't do it. I guess I should. I obviously should have taken that short. Either one of these. I just wanted to wait a bit, and I had no chance now. 1775 on the short, and 1741 now. I think what influenced me a little too much was this market move right here. But then what happened is right after that, and I think the semis are. Take a look at the the semis SMH. Okay, now here's another one, another company. This is Circle CRCL. Okay, this is an ETF company ETF for it. So the stock itself is almost down 5%. So guys, excuse me, I am interested in this CRCG on a short. Just watching it right now at around that eight. The trigger was 827. Well, the alert price was 827, so it's right around there right now. I don't expect a massive move, but oh man, what a short! What a short for Oracle. Either one of these, just short either one of these. Huge move, huge percentage move. So I'm going to make a slight change to this. I'm going to actually add the relative volume now into this one. Boy, Meta. Well, I mean, here's the METU. I mean, the reason I know I have that, why I have that one thumbnail now, METU. This is the two-time long. So you could short this, a lot of shares available. I'm not saying to short it. I'm just saying if you thought Meta was going to continue down, look at Micron now. I mean, it had a big pop up to 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm looking at MUU. Come on. All right, now, guys, with the market being weakening right now, these could be interesting. Okay, these are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day, basically running counter to the market. So let's take a look at SMA. Okay, I'm gonna have to adjust this or something. I don't like the way that looks at all. How about Hombre? HOMB. So this is a bank. I don't know if it's an earnings. It is an earnings play. Okay, this is an earnings play. HOMB, Home Bank. So why could this be interesting? There's Mattel. There's, for whatever reason, Mattel is, come on. Mattel is up, not an earning. Wow, it's really up. 7-Eleven and Mattel team up for a turbocharged collaboration for a limited edition Hot Wheels collectible car. All right. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So this is now, and this is shortable for me. This is shortable for me, guys. I mean, that's, it's a nice little pop for on that news, I guess, but can it really sustain itself? Okay, Ruby came out of its halt and, well, actually it resumed, and then it moved down, came out of its halt, halted again now. All right, guys, could be interesting. ATPC, why interesting? Through the VWAP now, okay? Through the VWAP, the pre-market high was way up there at 490. So it is it's at the VWAP, okay? 365 is the VWAP area. So it's right at the VWAP, ATPC. Very, very low float though, 970,000 in the float. Okay, this is an earnings play, guys. FEIM is an earnings play. I mean, if it takes out 50, it did get down below 50. I'm going to put a price alert right underneath 50, say 49.81. This is an earnings play. And now you know what? $50 basically is the 200-day moving average, okay? 49.94. So if it takes that out in any big way, and with the market being weak like this, come on. Well, you know what? I was trying to get it right at 49.98. Is it halted? It's not halted, is it? No, I was trying to get it at 49.78, and they wouldn't fill me. A lot of shares available, 137,000, but it's down over 10%. So that might be the reason. Shoot. This looks like it's going to keep moving down. All right, CRCG is making a little bit of a move for me, guys. CRCG. Well, maybe it's a good thing. I mean, now the spread is up 20-cent spread. Oh man, I don't know what's going to happen here now. It would not fill me at 49.78. And there were plenty of shares available. Boy, this short of this company ETF, awesome. Too bad I'm not in it. 1775 was the alert, right at 935. Got down to we're now at 17. I'm not going to chase it now, of course. Wow, Elva now. Elva is showing up, and there are very few shares available. Elva showing up on that reversal scan also. I see VEEE is leading this race right now. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I held it there for about 15 seconds at whatever that price was, 49.78, I think. And the bid ask, it was 49.78, 49.79. And I held it there for about 15 seconds, and they just would not fill me. Sometimes that's a good thing. We'll see. See, I don't like that spread now. I mean, look at that, 49.25, 49.73. But it won't matter if it. So hopefully for you, Via, it'll crack for you underneath 49, and maybe that spread will tighten up. All right, guys. Well, again, I want to take a look at some of these. So, see, I think this finally did fall. Oh, it did not fall. So, Mattel is continuing to move higher here. All right. So, where could this finally top out? I mean, there's a couple of weekly highs right here at around 14.91. You would think that if it gets even close to those two highs, I mean, come on, just because they've signed some kind of a deal with 7-Eleven and to distribute Hot Wheels. Lucid, boy, Lucid came back strong, guys. I mean, it's actually now. Remember what happened here? There was claims that they were going to go either trying to go private or declare Chapter 11, and the company refuted both those allegations and had a rally on that day. Got down to about 227, rallied to close at 453. Had a nice day yesterday, closed at the high, and then it's above yesterday's close or yesterday's high now. That is for the LCID. Raymond James getting into this Electrovaya, raising their price target 222 from 14. Or Wainwright, I think, was yesterday. Target of 15. Maybe they weren't yesterday. I don't know. Had the news yesterday, some kind of a deal with Amazon. IOVA from the RAI yesterday. Yeah, that was a sneaky good one. I think it closed near the high even. Yeah, look at that. Closed near the high. That was a good one, actually. Next high in a monthly chart is up here at 564. All right, this one is showing up on the scanner. Okay, the trend reversal scanner. 1620 is the next low looking left. Spread is, I mean, it's not wonderful. It's not horrible. I mean, it's 10 cents right now. It's on a short, potential short. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, so I'm sure that's widespread. 1.28 million. So I just want to see if this gets underneath 17 on the ask. Right now we're at 1696, 1704. Well, it's just not trading right now. I mean, it's just sort of hanging in that 1690. Yeah, I might have to forget about it. But you know what? I've got to put a price alert down here at 1690. I mean, if it can take out 1690, get that spread a little tighter, I might have to take the short on this. There is some room underneath, and this is the AVAX 1614. This is coming from the reversal scan right there. Okay. Well, yesterday's low for Ruby was 356. Still up 14%, but real sell off from the high. Yeah, it just got halted. Ruby just got halted. RUBI just got halted. So this is halt. So first time I'm showing this today, I think anyway. Blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's a symbol halted at 390. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if that's the case, it got halted at 9:58 plus 34 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:03 plus 34 seconds. Well, got out of the CRCG with penny, like about a penny. It just did. I was got a little excited. I thought maybe get into the low teens, a 10 or so, but it did not. Okay, guys. Well, Mattel is still hanging in there. I am a little surprised, but it is hanging in there, still around the 1450 mark. I mean, I mean, when we look left on that weekly chart, 1489 or so, 1490, 1490, and 1490, a couple of highs right there, and another one actually, 1493. There seems to me a lot of resistance around that 1490 mark. I'd love to see it get a little closer. It may not, though. Closer so that it would give us even a better opportunity to short it. All right, guys. Well, it's 10 o'clock now, so I think I'll go over my homepage right now, show you all the information I have on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing, scans, races, etc., that I am currently sharing. Well, I still have an alert set for this AVEXN around the 1690 mark. See if it happens later on. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, a YouTube room, and the main room here. And so the company tracks the use of these promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really that simple. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room that I'm pointing out right here, this is what I call the main room. More action, more interaction amongst traders. It is actually, and it's actually opened at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. But if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Excuse me. I'm get on the mic. Both rooms around sometime between 9 and 9:15, and this room is free also. So IQST is actually having a reversal, a big daily reversal for IQST. Look, we were closed at 88 cents yesterday. With Well, the premium is, I don't know. Let me see. Well, let's take a look. Okay, so the premium is 2136 minus the 15%. Okay, and the standard is 1068 minus the 15%. Now, if you're not used, there's no, I don't think you have to hop into a premium subscription right off the bat, or ever really. I mean, the big advantage for why people do it is because they want to have access to our AI. So, I mean, you can easily start off with the 1068 minus the 15%. So getting back to this, if you keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week also. Okay, the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. But it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you're taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're thinking about it, click on the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription now. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, before I would commit to anything, start off with that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about what the program can do. That's what I would do anyway. I would not take out any sort of subscription unless I did this. So you have an idea about what the program can do. After that, if you want to take out a monthly subscription, because I would not take out an annual unless you know the program inside and out. Well, when I say that, you don't have to know every aspect about the program, but you're comfortable about using it. You can always take out a monthly subscription. And if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. And later on, you can always take out an annual if you want. Back to basics. This is for you. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Scans and races. So this one right here, the large cap gainers, is right here. This race right here is a more volatile race. Pulse resumes is down here. And I have other scans that I'm sharing. I do have this one open, the trend reversals. I do have it open. But I do, as you can see, I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. A momentum scan, a gap scanner, the combo scan, and the up 25-cent scan. Okay, so you can take a look at them. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. Don't take every one of these and have them all up and running with a giant layout. You'll never get anything done. Too much information coming at you. Now, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. So any questions about the scans, or and then both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Which top list? You mean the pre-market act is up and down? Well, these are the two races. These are the two races that I'm sharing. If you want to know the top list from the excuse me, if you like, all races start from a top list window. So if you want to find the top list that is attached to this, okay, you right click in the race and open the top list. Okay, and here it is. Okay. So that's with any race. You right click, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. So if you create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, then you right click and you can launch the race based on those parameters. And you can always change, you can take this list, you can take my race and you can modify it from within the race without, so if you like the idea of racing, you can always take my list and you can modify it without having to start a brand new list from scratch. So if I right click, I just want to duplicate the race just to show you. So if I click on the gear, if I click on this gear right here, it's going to stop the race. Now it's going to give me some easy ones to do. If I didn't like the price range that I'm using and the minimum volume, you can make a change there. And then you can also click on the advanced. I have added the, so there's the other one. It's up 2% from yesterday's close. I actually added the current volume, or relative volume. I added it today too. But these are all things you can do. You can do it from right within the race. You can modify these numbers. You can take something out. You can add filters that you, if you have any experience trading, you know, you might want to add some of your own filters. Say okay. When you do that, and then you just launch the race. So all I'm trying to show you there is you don't have to start a top list from scratch. You can take either of these two top lists, modify them, and launch the race. All right, guys, maybe this will be interesting, this ATAI, but it's got to get through the VWAP, okay, which is around 720. I'm going to put a price alert right around 724, see if it can clear the VWAP in a bigger way. This is one of those reversal plays. However, you see that red line? That represents somewhere on a daily chart the next high, which is 721, which is, you know, a little bit above the VWAP. So that somewhere, I don't know, I'd have to back out this monthly chart quite a bit, I guess, to see where that next high, it may not matter. We're talking about January 2022, so over 4 years ago. There were some great shorts. Weren't you the one asking a couple of days ago when I came into the room, asking if the AI looked at any large cap stocks? I mean, I know you were talking about maybe Tesla and things like that, but you know, there were certainly the one around $95 was an awesome short, and there was one around 50, which was an awesome short also. So it's not just, you know, and the right now the FEIM is not working, but you see what could happen, and it's the same thing that happened with those other two larger cap stocks yesterday on the short side. If this gets, there's the stop at 52.12. Okay, if it gets halfway between 50.60 and 52.12, you'll have an opportunity to reshort it. I mean, right now it's at 53, so that's how that re-entry price would work. So that would be 51.36. So I'm actually going to put a price alert there. I mean, I could wait for it to happen, showing it here, but I'm actually going to put a price alert at 51.36 because that would be halfway between the original alert price and the stop. Well, no, I mean, I have no idea if that's actually the case, Weave. I have when I do these videos, and if I can, like, obviously the videos are promotional, but I do say in the videos that there can be a lot of people that just wait for reentries. They don't bother with the original entry price. They just wait for reentries. I'm not saying that is what most people do or anything like that, but it's not a bad idea. Well, you can't do it in the dashboard, okay? You have to you have to do it here. If you want to create scanners, you have to do it here in the downloadable application. Okay. And yes, if you have a premium, yeah, well, obviously you have a premium service, so you can back test. So, this is not obviously you would never back, this is more information, but if you created a scan, and then you would right click and you back test the strategy. Okay. Well, you should be in the Windows app all the time. Okay. I mean, that's what you're really paying for. You should be in the Windows app all the time. Well, like what you see here, I don't mean you have to have these, but so yeah, so create your scans here, in the Windows app, and I'm sharing some of my scans. Yeah, you can. So for instance, right here, the alert window is right there. So if I click on history, I can see obviously today, yesterday, I can pick a time frame in an alert window. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you just right click on the alert window and click on history, and you have a time frame. You can click on the calendar and you can pick kind of the time frame you want. Yikes! Yeah, no kidding. The ruby's bleeding. Cannot be automated. Okay, key levels cannot, because your idea of what a key level is might be completely different from somebody else's. So there is no automation of it. Cannot automate it. Cannot automate it. There's no automation in what you're talking about. Now, this IQSC could be interesting, guys. I mean, it had a nice little pop up to 136. It came all the way back down to 105. Now, let's look at it. What happened yesterday, though? Got up to 99 cents and then closed down here at 88. So could not crack a dollar. Of course, today it has cracked a dollar, but pretty choppy in my opinion. The next high, look what it got to. The next high, looking left, 138, and that's what it probably got that. Yeah, 135 today. So that is kind of the stalling point right now, perhaps. Sorry, for which stock unusual? My alert set for it to break. What stock are you talking about? Oh, IQ. Well, there's no, well, it's too, probably 137. I mean, that's the weekly high. So it would have to get up there. And if it did that, the next high is 171. So, I mean, I'm not saying if it hits that, it's going to go to 171, of course, but at least I want to know about it. If it does hit that, that is the next high in both the daily and the weekly chart. See, I'm not in love with this one still. Even if it check out 137, the next high is 149. So for me, if the next high had been clearly 171 on the daily, for me it would become more interesting. Well, all you can do is maybe create price alerts. Okay, price alerts for for stocks. If it hits a certain price, that you want to know about it, but you can't. Okay, talking to you, Weeb. Okay. I mean, you can create price alert. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you can create something for the future. If it hits this price in the future, you can create a price alert at the area that you want, and then your price alert window will pop up on your screen when it hits. Boy, I'm not seeing a lot other than that ORCX at the very beginning of the day. I'm not seeing a lot of continuation plays right now. Maybe keep an eye on CDNA, guys. Okay, CDNA. How about Mattel? Did it finally crack? Not really. It got down to the VWAP and held. So let me take a look at CDNA. This is an earnings play. Well, look at MAN now. It got above 50 again. This could be interesting. I mean, it held the VWAP, got above 50 again. Might inch its way up. It's an earnings play. An SDOT, I think I just heard it, so it must have just got halted. I'm sorry, it did not get halted. I'm sorry. So I want to look at the CDNA. This is also another earnings play. Okay, very big pop in the pre-market, kind of holding around that whole number. Okay, and it is not a lifetime high. Have to check on the monthly chart. Where is the next high looking left? Got to go back a few years. So we have to go back to April of 2022. So over 4 years ago is the next high looking left on a monthly chart for CDNA. Big pop. Boy, UNHG just, well, this is the two-time ETF for United Healthcare. And now, I mean, it really dropped. So that means UNH. Well, each one of these strategies that get optimized overnight have different set of parameters. Okay, Weeb. And so it'd be like saying, I do have one. Okay, let me just bring up a momentum scanner. So, for instance, in this momentum scanner, okay, imagine this was an AI strategy. So if all these filter values are met, the price is between 1 and 40, current volume is at least 25, 100,000 shares, no more than 75 million in the float, and probably only one trigger though for the AI, one alert, one trigger, the new high. So if what happens is overnight the AI goes, I don't know how many strategies that we have left. Let's say there are 50 of them. They go through an optimization procedure, and then the ones that make the cut with the right profit factor and win percentage, they're the ones that make the cut for the following day. But the AI doesn't know whether or not there'll be any alerts in them. Okay, I mean, there's no way in a scan like this. There's obviously going to be some alerts, but if I put a lot more filters in here, it's possible. It's possible I would not get one alert. If I put a lot more filters, the AI has each strategy in the AI has a lot more filters. And no, you cannot see them. Okay, that's sort of the proprietary nature. Some are pullback plays, some are topping plays. Yeah, I know what you mean. Too bad the market's not open today. I'm just sort of struggling to find anything really interesting for me, anyway. I mean, I've seen a lot of. I mean, the METU. I mean, these stocks have just been moving up and down, up and down. Big down now and up. METU, so Meta, the stock is down about what 0.8% now. I mean, the best I can say about METU right now, the two-time ETF for Meta, is that it's above the VWAP. Dow is down. Sorry, the Dow is up a little. The Qs are down. SPY's down a little. Well, Apple had a huge day yesterday. A huge day yesterday for it. With that sort of a float. Wow, you know what? I do like that CVNA, except now look at this stupid spread. Well, it just tightened. It just sort of tightened, but doesn't mean it won't get yanked. This is an earnings play, guys. And the good thing about it is that it never. Well, I don't think. Yeah, never gave up the VWAP. Okay, the VWAP, that purple line, so never gave up the VWAP. I guess that's a rhetorical question, right? 162. Why is the market not going? Will it last a month? I mean, that's a rhetorical question, right? Obviously, nobody knows. Man, if that bid catches up to the ask and CDNA, I think that could get it running a bit. That's why I shy away. Even though the spread tightened a bit, you just can't trust it when you see stocks with fairly substantial spreads and then they tighten. You just can't trust it that it's not going to expand again. In my opinion. Yeah, do not trade out of boredom. And classic. I mean, I could have said, you know what, it looks good. It's an earnings play. What's the worst that can happen? And then you just stay away from start seeing stocks, even though it's an AI play. I know it's an AI play. I just cannot. I don't want to tempt myself when the spread is so terrible. Look at it now. So anyway, that's why I did not take the CDNA. Thought maybe this would start going, got over the VWAP. Look, I was getting set maybe to take this trade, especially if it broke out over that red line, and then it just drops. AEHR, okay. AEHR, that was the wild one from yesterday, and I mean wild. This got up to $109, closed down here at $86, sold right off, still down, still a little bit down below yesterday's close. It got there and then stalled. All right, so the CDNA is now back over 37. I still don't like that spread though. Man, it's tempting me. It is tempting me. Just because it's an earnings play, and it never broke down through the VWAP, but I'm going to have to stop looking at it. Now look at it, 92.23 on the bid ask. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:34. Well, it's been a sort of a fast morning, but really slowing down for me. Might have to take a look at some of these in the race. Well, so you just mentioned the V Triple E. Yeah, I mean, what's the advantage though? I mean, it's been a real chop fest, up down, up down. Such a crazy low float. You never know what could happen. Maybe if it gets over 41, it might have another little run in it. But it's so risky. And look at that. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Also, 40.75 is the 200-day moving average. So, I would probably, if I were convinced to try to take this trade, it would probably have to get up to 41. Okay, guys. Well, I'm waiting to see if this FEIM actually, if the FEIM actually gets halfway between, but it looks fairly strong. I mean, it's down 9% still, but it is, making higher lows on the way up. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking. So the market's rallying a little bit here. How about stake here? STAK. So I had a big pop. Let's see how well it holds three. If it held three, what would happen? Well, 386 is the next high looking left. So certainly there's a ton of room. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. I mean, this FEIM from our AI almost looks like a long. Well, you know what? It's untradeable. Still untradeable. 53.70, 54.49 on the bid ask. When I was trying to short it, it wasn't that bad, and but the spread has got worse. Forget about it. Well, guys, YouTube is absolutely dead. I may even just shut it down. I don't see any comments or anything in YouTube. Again, it always makes me wonder why do I even have it open? Seriously. Remember, you can ask me questions. There we go. See, you can ask me questions all day long. You don't have to wait for that 12 to 1 period. When is a float considered low or high? It depends on what you're used to trading, Soro 1. So if a person is used to trading Apple, as an example, I always use Apple as an example. Apple has 14 billion in the float, okay? If you're used to trading Apple all the time, 100 million might be very low for you, okay? So it really depends on what you're used to trading. But for me, I used to consider 20 million as a low float, but we're in an age now where, you know, I almost have to consider 20 million, not a high float. Of course, it's not a high float, but the real crazy movers are the ones that are, say, 5 million and under. That would be a very low float. And we're getting a lot now that are even under 1 million shares. That's how a VEEE can make these incredible moves, you know, 44% move. Apple is not going to make a 44% move. But look at the float, 520,000 versus 14 billion for Apple. Okay, so I mean that's an insane low float, insanely low float. Okay, but it really depends on what you're used to trading. So I mean, there's no strict definition. Well, this is a high float and this is a low float. Okay, surveyor, good. You know, again, for a stock to be up 43%, you know, 6.6 million in the float, low float. FA, it's up for that's a good actually. It looks like some of the banks are. This is background screening again. Okay, so I thought it was a bank. This is a good one. It's a real good one. I mean, this is not. This has not been affected by the market at all, either up or down. This has just been a very steady up. You know, the float is 77 million. So this is a large cap gainer, and this is a wide open one. So the big difference here, if I open the top list, so if I open this top list and right click on it, so I've got a market cap of at least 500 million, and that's not huge. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, people would look, well, that's still not a large market cap, but that is my minimum, and a minimum float of 50 million. Now I've expanded this range. Okay, I had 90% before, 95% before, but I've expanded it a little bit. So I'm going to get a few more stocks in here now. Still not that many. Okay, meeting all these filter requirements compared to this one. See how many more there are, comparatively speaking. And the reason being is that this is wide open. I don't have any float restriction. I don't have any market cap restriction. So it's wide open. And remember, all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window from scratch. And this particular one is what I'm looking for. One in $50, two relative. I've added that one today. The relative volume has to be at least 200,000 shares minimum. I'm up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Similar, but this one I've also added in a minimum float of 50 million, minimum market cap of 500 million, and also the stock has to be somewhat near the high of the day. In this one, this one is way more wide open. Consequently, there are more stocks in here. And again, I reiterate, all races start from a top list window. Right click, launch the real-time stock race. Well, since I'm here, I may as well just go over the race and the The idea behind it, okay? The idea behind it. Before I do that, though, just going to put in my homepage link again, just to so you have a reference to everything I'm going to talk about. So if you click on my homepage link, expand it just a little bit. Okay, click down here, go to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. So in our user guide, there's a whole section on TI stock racing. And again, a word about the user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide before you can use trade ideas, okay? Feature overview, I didn't even know that existed. Probably a little bit like but you can click on that, feature overview. But it's like any other software program. There's a lot in it, but you don't have to learn everything. I always use Word as an example. Look at the Word manual. Look how big it is. Imagine if they said, well, before you can even use Word, you have to learn everything that's in the manual. Nobody would do it. Most people just care about, okay, how do I print? How do I type on the screen? Okay, how do I save it? How do I print it? Maybe change a font, some very basic stuff. Same thing with trade ideas. How do I create an alert window? With my filter, with my requirements. How do I create a top list window with my requirements? Some fairly basic stuff. But anyway, here is the whole reference to TI stock racing. Actually, I should check this feature overview. What does it say? Yeah, so these are okay. It's sort of the same. Okay. These are the videos that I was talking about. The short videos, the 12 of them. I don't know if they're 12 here, but you can look at that also. How am I changing the race duration? Okay, I will. That's all in the guide, of course. But let me. I will stop this race, or I'll duplicate the race because I don't want to stop it. And I'll just show you quickly how you can make some changes before I get into the concept of the race itself. So if you've taken either one of these two races for me, or you've got your own race, then just click on the box. That'll stop the race. Okay, the race is now stopped. Now that there's a red border around it, right click in it and then show race setup. Show race setup right at the top. And right at the top here is how you can change the duration of the race. I'm running a 4-minute race. And if you don't want a 4-minute race, you want a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, go ahead. I decided 4 minutes a long time ago. There's nothing magical about 4 minutes. The other thing that you might want to change, just to show you, if you load my race, what will happen is I have auto start on load checked. And I'm sorry, I had auto start at time checked, okay? Stop it again. Just give me a moment, please. I've got this one annoying song that I have to fast forward through. Okay. So again, here's how you can change the duration of the race. Now, if you load my race, either one of these two races, what's going to be checked is auto start at time, and you notice it's at 9:30. So when I first started using the races, I didn't want the race to work in the pre-market. I don't know why. I mean, I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to have it start at the 9:30 open. If you don't want it though, if you don't want that, like now I do this, I auto start on load. What that means is whenever you load trade ideas, your race will start. So, I mean, if you loaded it during before 9:30 in the pre-market, your race will start. Or if you load it at 10 o'clock, that's when your race is going to start. Your race will run all day. So if you do start this auto start on load or click on that, and you do load it in the pre-market, it'll work through the pre-market, the market hours, and also in the post-market. Okay? That's up to you. You don't have to make the change if you don't want to. You want to keep it an auto start at time at 9:30, go ahead. So that's how you do it, okay, Soro? But in the minutes to run, that's how you make the change. Now, the concept of the race. So again, I'm running a 1-minute race. We're 3 minutes into this race. What does that 14% mean? That means that since the race started, STAK has moved. Well, now it's 11%. Okay. So if you see something at the top here, of course, click on it. Look what happened. Remember, I was just talking about that one a little while ago. So now it doesn't mean just because you see something here that you just automatically take the trade, but it's alerting you. It's alerting you that, you know what, since the race started, this is moving. And so you would click on it. Maybe you never know what you're going to see until you click on it. It may have been starting back here, and maybe it was taking out the high of the day at the time you clicked on it. So that might have been something you wanted, maybe. Or this could have been a stock that had pulled back to a level and then was making a move. You don't know until you click on it, of course. So you see anything at the top here, click on it. See anything in, literally anything in here, click on it just to see what's happening. You know, here's one. Had you seen this MAAS, if it was in this race at the time, you know, and it pulled back here to the VWAP, some of you are VWAP type players, and pull back, you might have looked at that and go, okay, is the VWAP going to act as support? Maybe you take the trade right here at 2050. You know, you don't know 100% that it's going to keep moving off the VWAP, but you know, you've got to try some things. So, I mean, you have to have some kind of trading experience, obviously, to be able to analyze your charts. Is it pulling back into a level that I like? So again, anything you see in here, you don't have to, number one, wait for the race to be over. You see it at the top here, click on it, see anything here. But also, automatically, a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And so in the top position, remember now, I started this in the pre-market. So TGHL has won 8 races all the way down to this one, which is one run race. A top 10 list is built for you. A top 10 list is also built for you in this race, a larger cap race, which in my opinion, if you're starting out trading, might be a better race to follow because it's not as volatile. Yeah, these things give you some amazing percentage moves, but with those big, amazing percentage moves up can come with, unfortunately, bigger moves down. Okay, so requires, you know, a lot of concentration, share sizing. But it gives you a top 10 list to concentrate on. So instead of clicking on all sorts of different symbols all day long, it'll automatically create a watch list for you. And so if I look at Hover as an example, let's see what it's doing. Not good, okay? But you don't know until you click on it to see what's happening. Hover, HOVR, could have been sitting on the VWAP, okay? You don't know until you click. It could have been sitting on the VWAP and maybe the VWAP acting as support. So maybe you put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP, and if you hit that, maybe you take the trade. In this case, it's way below. Some of you, if you have shorts available, which I do, you know, you might look at this and go, well, maybe if it takes out 155, I want to short it. Or see, I wouldn't take this trade right here. It's too close. I wouldn't take this as a long right here because it's too close to the VWAP. The VWAP, you know, it's the only indicator I use, an intraday indicator that I use. If you're unsure what the VWAP is, it's a volume weighted average price. It's a technical indicator that I think is the most often used by day traders, and it can act as resistance on the way up or support on the way down. Not 100% of the time, of course. Nothing is 100%. So I went over this top list. And this is the reason, though. These stocks are showing up because they were coming from this top list window. And as I've mentioned before, you can create your own top list window, or you can modify my race. The other thing I want to point out, if you load either of these two races right now, for instance, you're listening to all this and you're thinking, you know what, this is an interesting concept, maybe I'll try it. And you load it and you think, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not getting this top 10 list like I'm displaying here? Your top 10 list will be built from the time you load your race. So right now it's 10:55 a.m. Eastern time. So your top 10 list will start to be built from that time onwards. Okay, so don't think you've done something wrong because you're not seeing these symbols. So again, this list is built up because I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 200,000 shares have traded, minimum up 2% from yesterday's close. If stocks are meeting those filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list. So how a top list window can still be used is in the following way. Show me the stocks that are up the most today with my filter requirements. Filter requirements meaning a price range I like, minimum volume, etc. So you can sort on any column header you've got. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close, that's C%. So stack is up 76% from yesterday's close, BEEE 38%, etc., all the way down. I could sort on that 0% change from the open. So I could sort on that, and that's showing me that stack is up 78% from its opening trade of the day. And mass is up 32%, etc. So that's how a top list can still be used. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. You just double left click and you can sort on it. What the race does though, it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that since the race started, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks, and that's what the race will track. Now, these stocks that are near the top here will probably be, in the race all day long. That's because these stocks are being widely followed. Look at the relative volume, 44, 16, 13. There's a high relative volume. So these stocks are going to be followed probably all day long by traders all around the world. But again, what the race does, it doesn't care if the stock is near the top here or the one right in the bottom, as long as it's the one that's moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So there's Mattel as an example. I mean, it's only up 5%, but Mattel had some news today. But still, look at that. It took out that 1450. What if it really got going again? Okay, it's up 5% now, but it was up 6, 8, 10, 12%. All of a sudden, buying just poured in. You would see it moving up this list of stocks. Okay. And again, this list is going to be shorter. Still fairly big today. The market's not up at all, but it's still fairly big. And now I also made a pretty major change. Okay. So if you don't have to do the same thing, but I did make a change. So if you load it from my homepage, all this is going to be the same, but the market cap, and now why there are not as many stocks, as I've said before, I put a market cap minimum of 500 million, a minimum float of 50 million. It's a different price range and all, but this is the change that I made today. And I'll see how it works. Position in the day's range. So what does that mean, that 80? If I put 100 there, this is the daily candle, okay? The daily candle. Let me get one. You know what? Before I do this, let me get one. Okay. Actually, let me get a better one here. Yeah. Okay. So So if I had 100% right there, this is the daily candle, okay? You can see that ENOV is right at the high here. You know, if you can see, this is, I'm using bar charts, but there's the daily candle today, and that little line jutting out to the right, and it's almost right at the high of the day, okay? So if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock would have to literally be at the high of the day. If I put now on my in before I had it at 95, okay? And that if you load it, it'll be at 95. So it'll be very close. Decided to drop it down to 80. Still going to be pretty near the high of the day, but I'm going to give it a little bit maybe of a pullback area. You don't have to do the same thing. But this is also not a static list, okay? So when you look at this list, it's not, okay, is that it for the day? No. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long as they meet the filter requirements or stop meeting the filter requirements. Same as this list here. So the same thing. Click on the symbol. See what's happening. Anything that want to race. See what's happening. It might be setting up for your style of trading. This is pulling back a little more into the VWAP. Maybe that's going to set up for your style of trading. What I'm more interested, I want to see how far, just by making that little change of going from 95 down to 80%. But this is still near the high of the day. And that's what I want to see. You may not want to see that. You may delete that filter altogether. And you don't care if the stock is near the high of the day. That's fine. I have a confession to make, guys. I actually ended up taking that CDNA and I kind of scalped it out, and the spread tightened up a little bit. I made a little bit of money when I made when was that? That was right about here when I made that move up here. So how many? That was about half an hour ago. But I got out of it almost immediately, and look at it now. I tried that earlier. So any questions about any of what I have gone over? Anything that I've gone over? All right, I'm going to click on some of these. So Mattel is still strong. I mean, I am a little surprised that it took out 1450. Now, what did it get up to? It got right, what's the high today? 1469, 1490, between 1490 and 15. These are the weekly highs. This is where I was actually hoping it would get really close here because I refuse to believe it would take this out. These weekly highs, I thought for sure would stall it, and I was looking for a short up in this area. But it may have topped out. It's doing that thing again, Pepe. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just loading something. Well, I see the CDNA is getting back over. I mean, it's just been to me just way too tough. It all depends, I suppose, where you put a stop. I mean, the spread right now, if it had been like an 11-cent spread all day long, okay, but all right, GNW, Genworth Financial, not an earnings play. I think the financials. Let me take a look at XLF. Yeah, the financials. It's a positive sector today, and they've been on a run here. So GNW just over 10. And you know what? For this is pretty cheap to be an all-time high, but this is an all-time high now for GNW. It's pretty interesting, guys. It's over the VWAP. The VWAP's around 10. Okay. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It's a big float, so we can't expect a big move, but it might give us something. 1006, 1007 bid ask. That's what we want to see. A penny on the spread. So you can see the difference being, these sort of companies compared to these ones in terms of the volatility. These are highly volatile. I'm not saying there's no volatility, but it's just way less. And it's all because of the market cap and the float. Well, guys, in about a little less than an hour from now, I will take a break. And Andy, usually it's Steve, but they've switched. So Andy Lindloff is going to take over for me from Trade Ideas in our YouTube room. Okay. But remember, if you're in YouTube now and you have a question, you don't have to wait to between 12 and 1 to ask questions of one of the other traders. I may be able to help. And I like questions because it keeps me interested. Okay, I mean, a day like today, I'm not that interested. I'll be honest, in not seeing a lot of follow through for the things that I might like to trade. Now, it doesn't mean there's no follow through for some stocks. I don't, but from what in my filters and things that I have, I'm not seeing like tremendous follow through. I had somewhat high hopes for this AVEX that it would really drop, but look how choppy. All right, maybe this one. Okay, take a look at UNHG. This is the two-time ETF for UNH, and it's still up. So the stock is still up almost 5%. Okay, the stock. I think it is an earnings play. but it is fallen. But this is a way to play it. $26 is the VWAP, so certainly far enough away. So if you thought that UNH the stock was going to move back up, you could buy this one and you'll get double the move. Double the move. That's what that means. A two-time long. So if UNH moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. And you can see the relative volume. 9.8. Wow. I mean, look how ugly. I mean, some of these are just so ugly to look at. And XTC. I mean, look how ugly this is, even on a 15, but a 5-minute chart, really ugly. Ugly meaning chopping up and down, no direction unknown. William, do you have a link that will show where a lot of these company ETFs are? Be nice if there was one giant list of the stocks that have ETFs. The reason I asked William is, or anybody, okay, anybody, but I asked William because he seems a bit. He answered the UNSG. Obi might have a list too, but I'd love. It'd be great if there was just a giant list, alphabetical. Then you could just go down and say, okay, yeah, that one's got one, and here it is. Really, you Google every time. Okay. I mean, I know I could do that, but it'd be great if there was a list. I'm going to ask Gemini later on. I know that Pepe has given me the list years ago, well, seemingly years ago, of like the Granite and Direxion and all that. But it'd be great if there was just one giant list. So you're still waiting on the Ruby RUBI? So you're waiting on the Ruby. I think I can recall what you said. It would have to get down to 3 or 4. Okay, let's see if Rich did his. It's a list. Yeah, it's interesting. I wish it did not segment it. I wish you could see them all at once and just be able to scroll down, unless there's a way you can do that. But that's a good start. So this is what so what I've known. So there it is, UNG, I'm sorry, UNHG. Here they are. The only issue I would have with it is that I would love to have just a giant list and so you can scroll down quickly, but it's a start. Thank you. It's okay that it's segmented in terms of the alphabet. That's fine. Thank you, Obi. Yeah. Well, we do actually sort of have something like that, Chad GPT. But the problem is, as you know, it will not probably be never up to date. But I mean, we have two-time ETFs right there as a channel, okay, and it's based on a symbol list of ETFs, but they're being added so many. Like they're, I don't know who keeps. I honestly don't know who keeps track of it. You see, this is what we got, only the following list, but somebody is responsible trade ideas, and it's not done automatically. And as ETFs keep being added every single day, just about, but I mean, you will get, probably some of the bigger ones anyway. So this would be, in theory, a bit of a scan using this top list. See, it's the same thing. So only the following list. So it's going to look at a two-time. But somebody at Trade Ideas has to add. Let's see, was there any other filters in place? Current volume is, so you got to be trading at least, and 200,000 shares. Okay. And the price is at least 50 cents. Okay. So those are the filters that are in place. So you're going to, because there could be some of those ETFs trading like 5,000 shares. So at least, so we've got some filters in place. You can make changes to this. So this is an idea, of a two-time ETF. So let's take a look at SNDQ, okay? Hmm. Now they're sorting on the change from the open. Let me add, just out of curiosity, I'm going to add a. Surprising that, well, let me just add, okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna percent, not dollars. Okay, now let's see what happens here. So you see, for whatever reason, SanDisk is not in this list for whatever reason. I don't know if it's a relatively new one. I mean, it started trading 3 months ago. So you see what I'm saying? Because obviously it should be here. It's up 18%. It should be at the top right here. But it is not in that list of it's not in the top list. Ah, is this a one timer? That might be the reason. Is this a one timer? Not because there's. Can anybody tell me, is this one a one time and not a two time? Because that symbol list is only for the two timers. It's a big move. I mean, 18%. Well, you know what? I can. Yeah, it's hard for me to believe that the stock is up 18%. Yeah. So this is actually okay. So that is actually the short. As yeah, two times short. Okay. I don't know if the shorts are in here. Okay. It might just be the long ETFs. Okay. That's another reason why SNDQ may not be in here. I have a feeling these are just looking at the long ETFs. So that's another reason why SNDQ would not be in here. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay, so it should be because there's TSLQ. That's a short. So I don't know why SNDQ is not in here because it obviously should be. It would be the top mover. I agree. Today is Thursday, so there's a marketing meeting today and a tech meeting today. I see that, Rich. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I just want to take a screenshot of this. Okay, guys. Yeah, 5 time. Imagine that. Okay, Rich, now what I want you to do, that's a great list. And it's, yeah, I can just keep scrolling through it. What I want you to do now is to, I don't want all the ETF. I want company, company ETFs. Okay. Because I don't want all of these other ETFs. I want, that's your job. Your task is to find the company ETF ticker symbols that in a list like this. Okay. See if you can do that. My goodness. Okay. Well, let's take a look at DPC. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this one. DPC. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's it's holding over the VWAP, but I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Just not seeing a lot of, as I've said many times today, not a lot of follow through on most of the things that I'm looking at. All right. Click. Well, obviously there's room. Okay, when you look at a weekly chart, there's a ton of room for Click, CLIK. I sort of remember. I remember these this week here, and even this one. I mean, it was going crazy. It could not hold its gains in that week, nor that week, nor that week. I do remember all this. This got up to 331 and closed down here at 155 at the by the end of the week or some point during the week. So now Click is here. Pretty low float, 7 million, not a lot of volume, 3.9 times normal, but the absolute volume still under a million shares. Like, come on. I mean, this IQST, it should be moving more either up or down. It's only only a 6 million in the float, but a pretty narrow range for a stock like that. Don't tell Dan that, William. I don't know if he's still in it, but it's definitely breaking down. I mean, there's the next low looking left on the weekly chart was there. So the next low on the weekly chart is 170. So there was still room for it to run down, based on the weekly chart. So let's see. I'll grade you on. No, it's still. I'm looking for the company ETFs. Unless this is telling me. Yeah, these are not just company ETFs, obviously. Okay. Let's see if maybe Pepe will win the gold star. I think Obi actually get now. Can we sort that? Aha. I think that's it. I think that'll be it because I think I just was able to sort on it. And it's the definitive list. Yeah, I just no, I know. I just sorted on it. Well, I think that'll do it. Now, and it says it's the definitive list. So my idea then, now the only thing which would be really good is if there like the other one before that you could click on the letter of the alphabet because for instance if I wanted to know if UNH had one, now I've got to I'll click on the 5 just to see where am I now. I'm on the H's. Okay, unless there's a way to sort, unless there's a way to search. Aha. Well, that's pretty simple. Okay, so you can actually type right in here. Well, that's pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, I know Obi. I know Obi. I just didn't when I first saw it, it was all jumbled up. Okay, and I didn't look at it closely enough to show me that I could sort on it. But also, at least you can type it in here pretty quickly to see whether or not there is a short or a long ETF for it. Okay, well, I'll save that one for sure. And it's the definitive. So hopefully what that means is as things are added, it'll get added to this list. So just out of curiosity, did CDNA have one? No. Okay. So okay. That's a great start. Just to be able to type it in easily. All right. Well, I've there it is, right at the top here. So I can actually at least what I can do is take a look every day. Now, let me make sure that great. Okay, and there's the SanDisk. Okay, so there's the 2 times short, but it's going to tell you all of them. Here's the long. Excellent. Thank you, Obi and Pepe. Yeah, so that is a question that, now as far as the icons are concerned, so what you might have to do, it happens to me every now and then, you might have to stop the race, okay, click on the box, and then start it again, okay? Maybe you have to do it a couple of times, and that might get the icon. There's no setting. Also depends on how big your race has to be at least wide enough to show this. Well, if you want, oh, okay, that worked. Okay, good. Well, not everything, and if I don't have it, then Pepe is my and others in the room. That's why the room is so helpful. I certainly don't have all the answers, but the room is helpful that way. All right, guys. Well, 20 minutes. I'll be taking a break. Yes, it does exist, Rich. Yeah. So in the pre-market, when I'm doing my pre-market work, I can determine whether or not, especially the earnings ones, the larger cap stocks, check to see whether or not there's an ETF, company ETF. It's almost that if a company doesn't have an ETF, what's wrong with you? I don't expect some of the low, like the crazy low cap stocks or low float stocks to have anything like that. But if you are a large cap stock and you don't, there's what's wrong. And so, in case people are wondering, well, why why do you care? Okay. The main reason, it's not so much that you get two times the move. Okay. The main reason is for some of you, here's UNHG. So if you thought UNHG was going to move higher, you could buy this or you could short this. There might be a short, but short version of this. But the main reason is this. Check out the price, $24, and look at the price of UNH. Okay, $434. So for some of you, I mean, I've got a phobia about trading stocks over 100. Okay, I'll be. I mean, in theory, it shouldn't matter. But for some of you, you might look at this. I don't want to trade a $400 stock. Well, you don't have to then. You can trade UNHG, which is $28. You just have to know that it's a two time. So if this moves up 1%, the other one's going to move. It's going to move up 2%. But if UNH moves down 1%, the other one's going to move down 2%. Just as long as you're aware of that. And also, I would never hold those overnight. Whereas, sometimes you might want to hold a stock, of course, overnight, but I would not hold one of those ETFs overnight. But for intraday trading, I think it's wonderful. And there's just so many of them now. And there's usually always plenty of volume. I mean, 4 million shares have traded of this. And, you look at the spread, 1 penny spread. So you can't get better than that. And you can always tell, when you see that 7%, and this is a long, so the stock itself is up about 3.5% still. Okay, this is double the move. Guys, all we should have done today is just buy man. This was a nice earnings play and not a rocket ship, but just, pretty steady. We talked about this in the pre-market. It was an earnings play. We saw it right here. Right here. So it was, sitting at $46. I would agree. Of course, you've got to be careful. And that's why, when I looked at the UNHG, I said it's plenty of volume. UNHG, plenty of volume. And usually you can always look at the spread. If the spread is, pretty tight, but UNHG's got plenty of volume. But William is right. I mean, the volume of the stock itself is 7.8. So for UNHG, that's not bad. I mean, it's a little more than half of that. And, the spread is fine. It's like 2 cents now. Ooh, I wonder if we can do this. This could be interesting. Well, I might have to play around with it a little bit more, but I was trying to see if I could establish a link in the search box. So when we click on a symbol, it would just show up here. But I might have to play around with it a little bit more. It may not be possible. But the job for you, Rich, well, you don't have trade ideas anymore, do you? So Pepe's probably on it, or somebody else. Can we establish a link in this box right there? So when we click on a symbol, it'll load in. Guys, Mattel is. I just have to keep thinking. I have to keep thinking that it's going to stall pretty soon. I mean, it's stalling a little bit, and it had a little bit of a pullback, but that 1490, $15 level. There you go. Okay, unusual. Yeah, there you go. Speaking of company ETFs, look at MUU, guys. So the stock itself is down. MU is down at least almost, well, about 6.5%. This is a double. This is the bull. So if you thought Micron was going to somehow recover, you could buy this one. But right now it's definitely been on a downward trend. I'll bet Pepe is on it just to see if we can establish a link. So, like some websites, we can establish a link. Boy, this reminds me of how it traded yesterday for a while, the IOVA. Okay. This was an AI alert from yesterday. And let me look at a 15-minute chart. Well, it was a little right around here, I think, was the alert. And it took a while, but then by the end of the day, it really exploded. So right now, it's a big float, 387 million in the float. I was wondering, well, why isn't it moving at all? Well, that's the reason it's not moving, but it's holding the VWAP. I would put a price alert over 5 and see if it takes that out. And if it does take that out, what's the next high in the monthly chart? 569. So there is a little bit of room, on the monthly chart. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:52, so I'm going to be taking off in about 8 minutes. Andy Lindelof again will take over for me in our YouTube room. Some of you know Andy. He is a way more, well, it doesn't take much, but way more of a swing trader than I am. So if you've got swing trading questions, you can certainly ask Andy his view of things. And I know he's got some scans that he'll share. Oh my goodness, guys. I'm just want to go. Come on, Andy, show up. Yeah, these are the well, for me anyway, these are the type of days where, if I weren't doing this, I'd be shutting off my computer for and maybe turning it back on. Well, just shutting down trade ideas or not looking at anything. Maybe around 2 o'clock, I might start looking. But I do not want to try to manufacture something just because I'm bored. Hey, well, Rich, I'll private message you and you can give me the information, okay? Because I am looking to move to Arizona. No, I'm sorry. I should. No, I like Canada too much. Sorry. Do I ever take a vacation? No. Yeah, I mean, ever is a long time. Of course, I've taken vacations. Okay, guys, 1689 now. Okay, on the AVEX, this is getting me a little interested on the short. 1689, 1694, the bid ask, it's not bad. All right, guys, maybe this AVEX will work. The spread tighten up a bit. Okay. I don't think I'm wandering away from my computer too much. This showed up on the daily trend reversal way back here. Okay, at the time was 9:55, so obviously it's way past that. But that's why I have the don't repeat, so I can kind of go back in time and see, well, has anything moved from that first alert? And in this case, the AVEX had not. I can't remember the last. Yeah, I think it was a year and a half ago or so to Peru. Wow, 11:58. Give me a moment, guys. It's catching up to me here, so I got to put my announcement up here on a break. Andy's going to show up any moment now. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. And I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay. So there's the YouTube link in, guys. Andy's not there quite yet, but I'll there it is. I got to stop my music so I can hear the little pop when he does show up. All right. So again, I'll be taking a break for about an hour. Oh, that's funny, Grumpy. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop. So Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So I'll take my break. I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. World Cup himself, Andy Lindlock, to the YouTube room.
I have been Mr. World Cup. Oh, let me put this on mute. There we go. I have been Mr. World Cup lately.
Well, and I enjoy actually, the little give and take we can have within our Slack thread because it is so exciting. I mean, and what a game yesterday. I mean,
oh, that was incredible. That pass by Messi was just
really. And I know you don't know hockey, but anybody in the room right now, if you know Brad Marchand, who used to play for the Bruins, my team, Messi is like, he works in such tight corners. Like he somehow he can sort of dipsy doodle around guys and
so
he gets
quick
through them. It's unbelievable.
It is.
Really unbelievable.
He's got that low center of gravity. His legs are short and just quick. And it's just amazing.
And he's got that little bent over look. You can always, even if you didn't know it was Messi, it's Messi, because he's got that body. Exactly. Anyway, Sunday. Yeah. So Sunday, what a game it's going to be. I think it's going to be just a terrific game. I mean, Spain's got all that ball control.
Yeah.
And Argentina's got the attack. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Should be a good one.
Yep.
It's going to be a daytime game, isn't it?
Noon Eastern. So I'm sorry, noon Pacific. So 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay. Oh, I imagine it's going to be hot.
It's outdoor stadium. Yeah, it's in New Jersey. So it's going to be the outdoor stadium. Yeah.
They should have played that indoor somewhere in Dallas or Atlanta or someplace, I think. But they got to go to the Big Apple.
That's right. Okay, Andy.
Right,
we'll see you in about an hour,
buddy. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello, traders. Hi, Justin. How are you? What a difficult market we've had lately. If you haven't been playing some China stocks. But I think I got stopped out of that. I know I did. Stopped out of half of that. Hey, Trader 77. Oh no, you sold that. Yeah, Steve held on. What's it doing today? Yep, it's just hanging out. Yeah, that's always a bummer, man. Gurr is right. Giving back some today. I've actually been trading well because I've had a lot of China stocks, but these little piss ants like Poet and EOSE got me today. Just awful. Thought had a good news, getting a deal, and yeah, just got slammed. A lot of stocks like that. Uh, but luckily, the China has been holding me up lately. But it's taking a real quick look at the market. We got Qs are just kind of more trying to break to the downside of this wedge, and I'll try to draw at least the downside one here. And I do like to use the wicks. Some people just like to use the body. So I guess you could call it, if you're using the wicks. There you go. And let's do one using the bodies, because some people just like to use the bodies. If you're using the bodies, we are basically right here. Good question, Justin. I typically will avoid, uh the opening 15 minutes, because you do get a lot of head fakes. And uh hold on, I just got to make sure I had a stop in my account over here. I was trying to revenge trade that TE. It got me too this morning, so it's going to bounce at some point, but probably wants to gap fill, which is a lot lower, so I got to put a stop in. Let me look real quick, just to make sure. I was trying to play off this kind of support we had right here, and this bad boy's not bouncing. So same thing with Poet, but just not bouncing. I think it may want that whole gap fill there, which is another 10 cents anyway. Save myself 10 cents. Qs are going to lows as well. But to answer your question, uh, like PDD this morning, yeah, I did not take that one because I don't like those to drive to do those opening drives like that. I like the setup there. A lot of things I liked about it, but I always avoid kind of that first 15 minutes of the day. And even if I have to pay up another 50 cents, I'm okay with that, because it's a swing trade and you're clearing a certain level and you're looking for continued movement. So I really don't use, one relative volume. I mostly just will look at the chart. It doesn't have to be doing a lot of volume, but uh, I do try to avoid the opening 15 minutes, and I probably should tell. I think I have mentioned it a couple of times in my video, but yeah, just make sure there's so many head fakes in this market. All right, so really frustrating, except for the China plays, which even those are starting to bleed on me a little bit. Now this KC, I actually sold half of this position in overnights. I mean, like at 10.65 or something like that. China took off last night when it opened, and so I only have half of this position sold. Rear is maybe one to watch. It's just now getting started today. It was on my radar. Unfortunately, I had to chase it this morning. It didn't buy enough size. I got it at 415. But definitely one I'll be watching to look to add. May just be getting started there. This thing can be a high flyer at times. You can see the action it had over here. So maybe one to keep on your radar if this holds this 50 period moving average, and maybe on uh, moves above that tomorrow or Monday. And Path is, I like the way Path has been trading lately. It's definitely having some relative strength in this market. I've seen this before, but not like I'm seeing, lately. Usually it has a pretty quick, downdraft like right here, but now it's kind of been holding up now for a couple of weeks, trading, closing above that 10 period moving average, even when it tries to gap down for no reason at all. It's just on this day right here, I came in long and it was gapping down and I was looking for, there was no news at all. It just market makers having fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't need relative volume on a swing trade. It's nice. It's kind of confirmation, but it's not necessary because a lot of times these entries are early. Try to think of example. Uh, well, PDD is not really an early entry, but it's still early above the 50 moving average, and definitely one I'll definitely keep on the radar for sure. But no, I don't have to have it, Justin. It's always nice when you do, but not necessary. And Tesla, I always try to keep a little bit of Tesla, but I did get stopped out of most of it today. But I'm gonna hang on just in case, 'cause my fear is what happens is you're not in it, and then one of these days you get some incredible news and it gaps up, 10, 15%, and you're like, I don't want to chase that. And then it's, a few weeks later, it's trading at 1,000. Ah, this market, yeah, it's looking bad. Semis run everything. Okay, so if you want to know what the market's doing lately, just watch the semis. As far as the cues go, if they're selling off, the cues are selling off. I don't care if you do have Apple strong, which is just ridiculous. Like, come on, man. Microsoft strong, Amazon strong. It doesn't matter. The market's going to follow the cues until they. I'm sorry, the cues are going to follow the semis until they don't. And you got semis really getting hit. Taiwan semi had earnings and big gap down. Intel's trying to gap down, breaking a serious psychological $100 level. Micron, oh, I'm hearing some bings go off, which means I'm hearing some stops. So some of these positions right here, I may be getting stopped down. I don't sometimes forget to put them in my, but Donna, hey, Mike C, how are you, buddy? Dawn of the Dead, baby. I'm telling you, that's probably the thing to be using right now. Be catching some of these China stocks off the bottom. Um, Gave that poet another a shot. This was one that I tried earlier, and I got stopped out, and I saw that bottoming tail, then the volume. So, but anyway, this thing wants to roll back over too, and some volume coming into the cues right now. So Doing okay, buddy? Yeah, yeah. If I'm back in my day trading days, I'm definitely looking for relative volume. And once again, it's kind of double confirmation if it's in the chart and I see it in the volume on swing trading, but uh, not necessary. See, Pat don't care so far. Ah, this ABTC man, Steve got me. I actually scalped some out the other day. That's what I need to start is keep doing. But this thing is frustrating. Just cannot get a bounce. This time I jumped in today, it obviously was a chase, but I like the way it was setting up right here, and I thought it was gonna actually gonna move higher. I'm not gonna give up on that. They made an acquisition a while back, and I don't know if they're still working through the details. Hear another jingle on my software. I mean, I'm getting stopped out. All right, I gotta do a check, guys. Hold on just a minute. Well, no, I don't have I don't have much left. Was thinking some of these quants would bounce today, but like this IONQ filled the gap here. I had alert go off. I actually gave it a shot, but I got stopped out. Small loser, but uh, bought some off that little tail right there around 36, but I got stopped out pretty quick. Just no love in that. Obviously, no love in the nano nukes. Look at Oklo. They're just getting clobbered. Uh, AI stocks. So PLTR is probably hanging on the best there. Pretty soon, I'm gonna be down to my just my China stocks. Yeah, that may in the education section range break pullbacks. Well, that's not the same scan then. If you're looking at something that has range break pullbacks, that's not my That's not my scan. I have different versions. Now, I definitely it may be in that channel, and I definitely have different versions of the pullback. If you can see it, because I've been working on that thing for forever. Uh, Pullback. Let's see. Wait. Uh, what is it called? Golly, I'm trying to think of all the names of it. Let me just pull up the homework because may have named it different in the homework. Yeah, pullback. That's why did it not pull up when I wrote that in there? Yeah. So you can see here, pullback above 50 SMA. I got several top lists and several. Uh, so it's definitely some different versions that are out there. I think this one is a little more less filters. So I have some optimized for like alerts and things like that. So the alert one's really good. I mean, because it notifies you, and I'll take a look at it real quick here. Alert swing. So this will alert you in real time when a stock takes out the prior day's high. You can see right here, you've had a pullback, you're above your 50-day moving average, and then you get the notification once it clears. Now it'll keep, since it is a new high, it's going to continue to give it to you. But you can see it's earlier in here. There you go, have it right there. So this is one, if you don't want to sit there and look at the top list and do your homework, this will kind of show you in real time. I just kind of favor, there you have it, pull back and there's your alert. Now you got this one quicker too, I'm almost certain. Yep, there they are. So this is a nice little, if you like alerts, this is a really good one because it does notify you on the reversal. There's Halo, you got it really early, right out of the gates this morning. And there you have it again, 76.27. There you have it right out of the gate this morning at 76.16. But as far as this one probably has a less filters in it because I like to do my homework. I like to scan, looking for these setups. But I'll share this one if anybody wants to take a look at it. It's a nice little alert. As a matter of fact, in a bull market one time, and you guys may look at this, if you and now in this choppy environment, it wouldn't be good. But if you're looking at the market back when it was just taking off, this is going to be an excellent alert. And the reason I say that is because I auto traded it, in sim mode for several weeks, and it did very well. Okay, he won't. So yeah, this one is one you could definitely auto trade. All right, let me share. There you have it. We'll take a look at some more of these. See what we had out of the gate this morning. Yeah, first of all, I gotta watch this market. Dang it. Just make sure now. Even my China stocks are starting to bleed. hold on. I got to put in, sorry guys, I got to put in one more stop. See, CYTK, this is one, that didn't work. And this is why you got to be careful, Justin, going back to what I mentioned earlier. If you're swing trading these, maybe you want to give them, a little bit before you just jump in. And this today may be a tough day if you were auto trading these as well. We're kind of in a downtrend. Obviously the day's very bearish tape today. So if it's something like this is where I would go to my auto trader and maybe well, that was a beauty. Uh, you know, take profits or put my stops in a little bit tighter. There's one. Yeah, another one. I think that may have been the same one I looked at. No, that's a different one. Yeah. So be careful. You can always put a hold on your alert to not fire off things maybe till after 15 minutes because then you may you may be chasing a little bit if you do that. So it's a tough call. Or you could just tighten your stop. You could tighten your stop, when on a day where you're seeing a gap down and some selling going on. Maybe if you're running this in auto trader, you just put really tight stops on it. So if something like this triggers, you can maybe put it at lows of day instead of 3% move or something. RDN was a good one, still intact. Mo. All right. So just the logic, if you swing, you can have some max of 25 versus 100 on the position in a 5-day on the pullback to the 50. Well, first of all, let's clear things up. It's not a pullback to the 50. It's a pullback, and it's above the 50. So it doesn't have to get anywhere near the 50 as long as it pulls back. And so this one, for example, no one near its 50, but you've had a nice pullback, and then today you got the bar reversal, and that is a kind of a textbook strategy. Yeah. Yeah, you could play around. That's what's great about trade ideas. I could give you this alert and you're saying, well, I like this, but maybe I want a little more confirmation, and not just buy it right when it does a bar reversal. So maybe you can put the max higher on the position in the prior day's range. So if we take a look at this is what's beautiful about software. Our software is you can get real creative, like position in previous days range. I got 98. So I actually want to catch it, right before, it even goes through. Just having enough confidence in the chart pattern that I'm going to be aggressive on buying it when it goes through. But you're right. If you wanted to, you could put this at 105, make sure it clears that level nice and tight. Now, you will be chasing a little more for sure. Oh, the top list. Reversal above the 50. Yeah, yeah, you could regardless of which one you're using, that's subjective of when you want to enter the trade. For me, I like to mark them up and then use my trader instincts because I like to know what's going on in the market. Like today, I don't want to be automatically just buying these reversals when you got a gap down in the market struggling. Uh, And you can also, I know a lot of people sometimes 300,000 is not enough volume. So if you want to take this, put 500,000 or even 1,000,000 shares, you only want to go for the really liquid stocks. You can put that at 1,000,000. And I have a position in your range just to make sure it's kind of a bullish pattern and not bottom fishing too much. And this one looks like I may have optimized it for prices. So take this, and like I said, if you want to play around with it, maybe drop this down to $5 and put it up to $100. So you take that price. So I probably optimize this one a little bit. Yeah, I definitely did. If I have daily RSI in there. So yeah, take it and play around with it. That's the best thing. That's how you get to learn the software really good, just by, doing some back testing. We can back test this to see what happens. You're welcome. Now, I can almost promise you this is probably not going to back test very well just because of the market conditions. That's why I tell everybody, it's not having a great strategy, it's knowing when to implement that strategy. Okay? So, taking a look at the cues. Now, let's go ahead and start this first. Okay, see, I got this at 8:45. I'm trying to avoid that first 15 minutes where you get those head fakes. This is going to be a hold for 3 days. I tell you what I'm going to do because I just got to know the market conditions right now. I'm going to drop this down tomorrow plus 1 day. Let's go since it's at the open tomorrow plus 2 days. Risk management. I just got a 3% stop loss, no trailing stop or anything like that. Done. Yeah, it's going to be so. Not bad. Not bad for this market. I mean, you got a profit factor of 1.3. I typically would like to see that, 1.5 or higher. A lot of trades, so I could go in here and do some optimization if I wanted to. Uh, like to see the spread a little bit higher in something like this. But not bad considering the market conditions, because I can almost guarantee you if we were to run this or had run this, you know back over here, this thing would be just killer. It would. And now, obviously, you don't know when you're going to get runs like this, but when you see a break out of a major uh, range like that, maybe this is the time. Let's say we waffle back and forth in this market for another few days, and then all of a sudden we break out to the upside. This would be a great time, to put this. And I'm not saying you have to go all the way to highs. Just if we can just kind of break out, maybe a 10-day high, get a break out of the wedge to the upside. But right now, I mean, you're in this slop and it's still performing that well. That tells you right there it's a good strategy. All right, let's see where do you go to get the odds maker? Yeah, you can click in any alert window and you go to backtest strategy. Now you have to have premium to do odds maker. Okay, with standard we give you like 10 free. And that's not really a whole lot. If you want more to test it out, just come to our chat, and ask for me and I'll give you 50 extra, or anybody will. Whoever gets it, just say, man, I really like to check out the back tester. Can I have a few more? We'll give you like 50. So you can play around with it to see if you want to spend the money to go to premium. Because it is pretty cool, especially if you're an auto trader. see this path, man. This thing is, I'm telling you, this thing has some buyers in it lately. Now this thing, what I do like, it's not really selling off, obviously, like it has been over here. It's definitely some, some sideways action. I mean, this thing, they have 8,000 Bitcoin. I mean, so if you put the pen and paper to it, they're trading below NAV. So it's like, and that's not me telling you to buy or anything. Obviously, we can't do that, but no, it's crazy that it's trading at this level. But is what it is. You can't fight it. Yeah, rear I've had on the radar. I just was busy with some stuff this morning, and I saw it. I had an alert. Alert went off, and I reset it, and but it happened really quick. I mean, you can see it went off, and next thing I pulled it up, and it's trading at 15. And I'm like, well, I'd rather have gotten it at 10, but this is one, I call it slow play, and you can slow play this and just look for your positions, and because if it is going to continue, I can really really easy see it, going back up to $5, pretty easy. So this is one that I'll keep an eye on it. If it pops back above that 50, maybe I'll add some more. All right, let's see here. Well, Poet held my entry, so did not go to lows. Oh, we got somebody speaking, huh? Neo, that's one China stock that just doesn't want to do anything. I've been in this JKS. Bought it back over here at where am I at? 1524 on this day. So I've been sitting in this thing now for a week, 6 trading days. These solars though are pieces of crap that you just think, gosh, it get a little bounce. Not going to give up on it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there's some good things. Yeah, that's definitely a good price if that's all it takes. And It would definitely help if Bitcoin would, it's looking better for sure, but let's just pull it up because you look at it in one time frame and it says, "Wow, this thing," but it's done this in the past now several times and it just gets clobbered. But maybe this time will be different. But let's take a look. So yeah, I was really, hoping. I actually bought some this morning on that down drive. I like what I'm seeing here. Like on the 4 hour chart, especially if it can hold this level. Just keep holding this level, and there's your 50-day moving average. Didn't get close to that this morning, but you can see a couple of times it just comes up and gets failed. I'm hoping this time will be different because it did clear this level, which is about a high going back. Uh, that's June 22nd. So uh, let's call it the 23rd of June. So that's, yeah, I'd really love it. It needs to hold this level though. I mean, if it can't hold this level, it's just going to crap again. And then that takes me to the daily, which same thing. You got, let's just zoom in here. There you go. It bounced right off its 50. You got your 50 and your 10. And it'd be beautiful if you can see this 10 cross that 50 and hold that price level. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now. Definitely wanted to keep that daily, wanted to hold that 50 and that 10. And so far, so good for the last 3 days, but we'll see because you back away and that's not real pretty. Okay. So a lot of work to be done, but yeah, we'll see. That's why that's why I'm still scalping it. It's like I was saying last week. And for some reason, I'm trading it very well because I'm taking stock off when I have it. I have a nice little pop. But getting back, obviously, when you're holding 8,000 Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin is going to influence your price of this ABTC. But just given that there's no reason for it to be trading at this level, it's just, I mean, let's just put the pen and paper to it. Where are we at right now in Bitcoin? Gosh, I hate when they do that. They show me this and what's the price of Bitcoin Trader 77? Where's it at on here? Was it around 64, 63? Well, we'll just throw in a, let's call it 63. That's a nice little chunk of change. Now I know there's obviously cost involved, a lot of cost involved, but and I'm thinking not all those Bitcoin that they're holding was mined as well, so they probably maybe a little underwater in ones they bought. 64, okay, even better. 64, 420. Okay, futures are greater than that, huh? Yeah, I don't understand all that, but well, I do, but I don't. It's me being a simple stock trader. Yeah, this is gonna rear its ugly head. Okay. That makes sense, obviously. And speaking of Bitcoin, my iBit's trying to. And that is why when I get moves, I scalp them till it proves it wants to continue in one direction. Much like this market lately, I wished I had a beautiful move in Tesla yesterday, and the, at the open, and I was kicking myself later for not taking off some of that for a little profit. In a market like this, I tell myself, there's times when you take a position and you say, well, I'm just going to sit in this position and I'm shooting for 10% to the upside and a downside of 3%. But I've always adjusted to the market conditions. So if the market conditions are, you know, as like they are, maybe I will try to get a really good entry and then go for 3% sometimes to the upside, 3 to 5%, and just give myself 1 to 2% to the downside. It's just what you got to take what the market's giving you. Time, this thing still may get going now. When this is one of those when it gets going, it's kind of like KC when it gets going, it can really get going. Even though there's a lot in the float, it doesn't matter. Stocks sometimes have a personality, no matter how much float they have. What's old Lou doing? I haven't looked in that thing in about a couple of years. Buck 35. I used to do some decent volume. Now it doesn't any never does any volume. All right, so let's take a look. 'Cause sometimes, right, man, I tell you, there's some serious bloodshed out there in some of these tech stocks. Take a look at some of these my AI infrastructure little play here. Robotics. Actually, my symbiotic was still kind of holding up. It's not. It's keep thinking it's going to go, and obviously I've been scalping it out, but hanging on to a little bit. But look at Nibis. Yeah, geez. There's the alert I have in this thing. Actually, I'm going to bring that down just about right there. And there's our little support sign there. Hut had a really good day yesterday, reversing today. This is what's keeping my JDS. I mean, this JDS would be just ripping right now if these data centers were doing well. This is one of the, I think, one of the biggest in China as far as data centers go. And yeah, so keep an eye on this one if the in GDS, if the data centers get going over here. I've been in it forever, and once again, taking some profits along the way. Attaboy, path, path to prosperity. Now you want to watch this one, especially they like to sell this thing off. So yeah, what I would do is put you an alert, down there, maybe around 11:56 or something. Because it's like every day, man, they want to whack this thing. But lately, you can see, man, they've been buying it. They've been buying it. They've been buying it. So definitely one. Now, obviously, you want this thing to get back above. If it gets back above this 1330 level, I think it's. I mean, look how long it's been basing. And this was earnings, and I was in it during this earnings. Made some decent money. Held on to a chunk, pretty big chunk, and then just came all the way back down. So buy this breakout, or even better, anytime you see it jack down to 10, it's usually a good buy. What did that EOSE? That's just good lord, that's horrible. Ooh, thought they had good earnings and good news, but this is why price is the only thing that pays. Okay, got about 10 minutes left in here, and Barry will come back. Probably not going to be doing much. We'll be definitely watching to see, if we can hold this downtrend. We've broken through, the body, so you definitely want to keep an eye on this cues to see if they break this downtrend, because that was a pretty big wedge here. And of course, Microsoft wants to go because it can't go in a bull market. It has to wait for a bear market. This is so stupid. See what Oracle's doing. Probably want to keep an eye on Oracle. Although there's a point over here, let me put it on the weekly, where I think it wants to go. And there you have it. So maybe put you on alert. That's another big fall, but it probably wants to go there. Stick it in a little bit higher just in case it doesn't quite make it. But yeah, 120, 121 level. And Microsoft was actually on my list today, but I think that thing frustrates. And here's the thing. Here's what happens. If tomorrow the semis open up and start ripping, Microsoft will sell off. It's really getting frustrating. Now, some of these semis that you've been looking, that you feel like you miss, you might want to look at some areas where, and once again, a lot of this stems from Taiwan semi down 3% in the earnings, pretty big gap down. But now you got Intel down 6%. Does have some support just below this. But gosh, it's not. I'm not willing to jump into the front of that train. Path to prosperity, man. You may just want to. Time trying to take out the 31 level. Yeah, you're right, and it's always the case. I mean, you have, and that's why I'm saying the semis are just really taking down, the cues. I bet if I pull up the spies, obviously, look at that, just nothing like them. I mean, you look at the cues and you're thinking, oh my gosh, Armageddon, but it's just the semis whacking it. But you're right, IWM, look at there, basically flat on the day, which keeps one encouraged. I can't remember the last time you just had a big broader market sell off. It's just rotation. It's all about rotation. Look at the regional banks today. Good reason why the IWM, I think 26% is in financials. All right. I do like the way Poet held on there. Time did get through that 31. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is a ticking time bomb in our debt, but as long as, I guess, as long as you just keep printing money, it's been a ticking time bomb now for 10 years. Yeah, but don't try to, yeah, play the market on our debt. That's for sure. But a tiny, tiny bit of IO and Q. Just you got to have a reason if you buy something like this, and I still kind of like the gap fill. So I bought it at 52. Just gonna enough. It's not obviously not gonna hurt. Have to really get destroyed to hurt me, but I just wanna be. I like those gap fills, so I'm just gonna buy a little bit, and I can always add. Mr. Barry,
I'm here.
how are you, buddy?
Good.
Oh, nice.
How are you?
Doing good.
So listen, Andy. So keep an eye on the Slack thread on Sunday, in
Okay.
case I. Okay, so we might have a little
Yeah.
conversation. If
Oh,
if
for
the game is
sure.
exciting. Okay.
For sure. My wife and daughter get to I go to San Diego for a week, and I get to stay home with the sick dog. Oh, sick old dog.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so I'll be around with dying to talk to somebody besides this old dog. So
I'll be there. Yeah, we
all
have the
right,
same
man.
thing, unfortunately, going on.
Oh,
It's
do you?
very sad. Very
Yeah, no,
sad.
it is. It is. Yeah,
But
almost
and that's why we're
15 and
not. Somebody
hanging
asked,
in
"Am I
there.
taking vacations?" You can't. We just can't take vacations because she needs care. But we're going to do it. 16 and a half years of love. You know what? I can sacrifice some vacation time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
really that
That's
simple.
the same with me. Yeah. So I just told the girls, y'all go ahead and go. I'll sit here and hold down the fort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my friend.
All right.
Maybe we'll touch base on Sunday. Maybe we won't. If not, next week.
Yep.
Okay, Andy.
I'll be around. All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. I do believe. Get rid of my message. Which is not allowing me to get out of. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, you know what turned out to be an excellent trade for me? Like an excellent trade for me. I'm not surprised, but a little bit surprised. Didn't think we'd have this much room in it. But the AVEX, you heard me talking about it. It took a long time. We just sort of hanging around that 17 level. I had said that this was one of my primo setups at the beginning. It showed up. It showed up right here at 9.55. The price was $16.99. So that's just around 10 o'clock, but didn't do anything. Then around 11:55, just as I'm taking my break, it took out that 17, and I said, "Okay, short it." And I've been in this short for the whole time. I've no reason to get out of it yet. The only way I'll get out of some of it if it gets up to say 16.35. There's a little pop up here. But otherwise, I'm going to hold on to the short. Now, I'm getting close to a couple of things. 16, of course, and the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 15.98. So, I'll be surprised if it took out 16. So the closer it gets to 16 again, I'll probably cover some anyway. And that's on the AVEX short. A lot of patience. I could have done the same thing with the ELVA, though I think I was already. Yeah, the ELVA was another one that showed up at 10.19 at 9.49. That's the time. Didn't do much. But right about here, I probably could have taken that short, but it was 11.50, and I was just thinking, this is a lower float than the other one, but it would have worked. So that's why I have the don't repeat. So because sometimes they don't move at the beginning, but later on in the day, sometimes they do move. And so I'm glad I kept watching that one, especially the AVEX. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so, and again, this is a classic way to use the wave. Okay, once I got into this trade, it wasn't a matter of seeing a sell flag up here or anything like that. It was once I'm in this trade, the only issue I had was, well, it was right there. Sorry, that's where I got the trade. So the only issue was right here. Okay, and I thought about getting rid of some, but I thought, you know what? I don't have enough profit in it to take a little bit off and then hang on. So I decided to hold on. Had I been in this trade, say up in this area here, 1047, certainly would have taken some profit right here at 1060. But again, the wave is still orange. So the trend is still weak. All right, guys. So one last time, going over my homepage. I would say that, I don't want to call it a myth, Pat, but the chances of my being in this AVEX and it going to infinity, okay? I mean, I know I call it a myth, especially intraday trading, okay? I mean, the worst it could, I'm always going to have a stop if I'm shorting, okay? But I just call it a myth that okay, yes, in theory, it could go to to infinity and you lose all your money, just like a stock that you're long on as at $100 can all of a sudden drop to zero. But at least I understand, you can only lose a certain amount of money. I've just never seen, a case. I have never personally seen a case which on an intraday trade that all of a sudden, as long as you're paying attention and you have a stop or you're at least following it, that you can't get out of the trade. That's what I would say. Never stopped me from shorting. And again, I shouldn't call it a myth, but I do understand that's what people think. Oh my gosh, I can lose. There's no limit to how much I could lose. Where at least if I go long something, I can only lose how much I put into the trade. Well, I don't know how many trades, but I've had this software since 2010. Okay. This software. I was trading before that though. So, I have no idea how many short trades I put on. There was a time in 2007 to 2009, approximately, I want to say during the financial crisis, all I did was short. You couldn't pay me to go long, even though there were some amazing bounces. But I don't remember Carr when you're absolutely right. I know who you're talking about also, but what I remember also though, it's not like it went from 211 to $800 in a heartbeat. Well, if you're talking about this one, oh, you're talking here, right here. Yeah, but first of all, I tend not to short, these really expensive stocks, number one. But that's not really the issue. I mean, I'm not saying it can never, ever, ever possibly happen, but if you were in this car short and you were watching it start to accelerate, you got to get out. It's not like it went from 200 to 800 in a second. Anyway, you can always find one. Especially if it's a large, but if it's a large cap stock, and I probably, I rarely short these low floaters, only because not because it's going to go to infinity, but because they can really jump. Sure, so I rarely short the low floaters. If I'm shorting stocks, it's usually the larger cap stocks. Oh, I have no idea. And how do I see Interactive Brokers the next 10 days? I have I never make predictions about, stock, what they're going to do at earnings. Never. It's been drifting down. So some might think, oh, I guess, good. One more leg down for me on the AVEX. It's getting really close now. I mean, I really have to consider taking some off as it gets closer to 16 and also that 1595 right there, or 1598. Basically, that to me could be, no, I'm shorting the stock. I'm shorting the stock. No, I don't trade options. Well, it's not hard. I mean, okay. I was going to go over my homepage, but let me. Shorting is just it's just the opposite of going long. Okay, in theory, you just get your head around that. Okay, so for instance, if I wanted to, if I thought AVEX was turning into a long for me, and I buy it at 1707, I buy it. Okay, everybody knows that, or how to do that. You buy it, and of course, you hope that it goes higher for you, and you sell at a profit. You just flip the script. If you short, now there's some mechanics involved. Well, that'll be up to your broker too, though. Okay. Also, Pat, there were a few things. For instance, there have to be shorts available. Now, my brokers told me there were 1 million shares available. I mean, that can be a hindrance sometimes, especially with these low floaters. These sort of stocks, typically, there's never going to be an issue not having shorts available. But that is one thing. You have to have shorts available. Okay, that's number one. Number two, sometimes if the stock is down 10% or more, at least down 10%, sometimes, if I wanted to short this one right now, AVEX, there's the bid ask, I would go in at 1616, and I'd probably get an instant fill on the short. Okay, but sometimes if a stock is down 10% or more, there's something called the uptick rule can prevent you from quickly getting a short. Sometimes there has to be some action at the ask and then back to the short or back to the bid. But you could be in a queue of people wanting to do the same things. So, I mean, there is that. But in general, okay, if there are shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you say, okay, I'm shorting at 1618. You hope it goes down, moves down, and then you buy it. I mean, you cover it at a lower price, and there's your profit. Just the difference between wherever you shorted it, which I shorted around 1690, and the 1620. If I covered it right now, that'd be about a 70-cent per share profit. Now, the mechanics of doing it in your broker, I can't help you there. With Interactive Brokers, I click sell. I pick how many shares I want to short. I pick how many shares I want to in the trade itself. And then normally, of course, you're clicking on the buy if you're going to buy the stock. But if I'm shorting the stock, I click sell. That's what I do in Interactive Brokers. So it's really, but I can't tell you, I don't know who your broker is, Pat. I can't tell you how some brokers may even say submit short. I don't know. I really don't know. So I can't tell you what. Well, William has Fidelity, so I don't know. William with Fidelity, is there another button to click on if you want to short, or do you just click on the sell button? Okay, there you go. So you just so you pick how many shares you want to short first, and then you click the sell. And then you're in the now, and it's just like when you're going long, you might, if I want to take this trade right now going long, I have to go in at 1620. If I want to take the short right now, I have to short at 1616. Now, if you wanted to have a different price, just like I'm sure if you want to go long, you don't want to pay 1620, you wanted to pay 1618, a limit order. I mean, it's the same thing. In this particular case, it didn't bother me. A 4-cent spread did not bother me. Yes, William. The Elva would have been another very nice one. Took a while, on the break of 10. No. You don't need option. No, you just short the stock itself. You don't use options to go to buy a stock, do you? I mean, you can, of course, in theory, but you're just having to sort of in your head flip the script. You short at a price and you hope it goes down, and at that lower price, in theory, it's called buying it, but you're covering your short position, and the difference between where you shorted it and hopefully it went underneath, that's your profit. Just the same thing. If I buy and then I sell up here, the difference between where I bought and sold, there's my profit. I'm definitely more into shorting these days. The reason being is that the market, even though you get some stocks that are popping, the market just wants to sort of sell off a lot of these popping stocks, in my opinion. In the market that we're in right now, I don't find that there's a lot of stock. I mean, I did my video today on Man. The reason being is that, I mean, this is at least one that hasn't. It's been, well, right here it was reasonable. Now it's starting to drop a little bit, and this is an earnings play. And I was actually really, what is Mattel doing now? Win a race? Yes, Mattel won a race. Still is hanging in there. I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised. I mean, it did have a pullback, but this to me, if it gets closer and closer to that 1490, and you have 1, 2, 3 weeks at the high. Give me a moment. Crank call. Bye. So that's what I'm kind of waiting for, to see if it gets even a little bit closer to this high right up here, because I don't think it's going to break that. Now, if it does, I have a stop, of course. Yeah, SpaceX broke the. That is a big, especially, did it close yesterday? See, it closed yesterday at the IPO price, just about 13 cents above. It closed at 135.27. Remember, the IPO was at 135, so at least it kind of closed. Yeah, I know. I don't think it was. I thought it was Celsius. I don't think it was CELC. Wasn't it Celsius? Because this was the news. I think this was the news. The UK banning. Pepe will like that. The UK banning the sale of high caffeine energy drinks to children under 16. Well, they shouldn't be drinking coffee anyway. I wasn't allowed. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now again, and for the last time, this day being Thursday. So here's how you can take out a subscription again to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15. And I say this infrequently. Why do I repeat the 15? I had somebody email me telling me I was false advertising because I kept saying 50% off, 50% off. So that's why I go 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It's going to change from time to time depending on promo, etc. Why use my code? It helps to keep these rooms free. These rooms, meaning I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room here. So the main room, no, well, that's why I say 15. Over. So this room is open at 6:45 though. Okay, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. 6:45. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. Obi does it. Thank you very much, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So again, if you're in YouTube right now, you can come into this room. It's free. But also, if you want to interact with other traders during the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45. Okay. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Education. So one more thing to do. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right now. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is completely up to you. It's free. Education. Click on the more info, because if you are taking out a subscription now, this is mandatory. You do this. Okay, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video. Because if you don't have Trade Ideas, you've got to be asking yourself, well, I wonder, is this right for me? What does it do? Okay. How could I possibly use it? Well, I'm not saying this is obviously, going through these videos are not going to make you an expert, but it should give you an idea about what we can do. And so you can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. This is for you. If you are new to trading, 15 free videos. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., here it is. Click on the view scans. This is this race over here. The large cap race is right here. This is a volatile race. This one right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes is down here. Not too active today. Usually this is absolutely jam-packed. And I do have other scans that I currently, I don't have them all up and running. I do have the trend reversals, and that's where I found, stuck with the AVEX. See, you don't get too many alerts all day long, and so it's like a watch list for me. This is the don't repeat version, okay? If you load it from my homepage, will get the repeating version. You see how the stock is repeated over and over and over again as it kept making a new low. It's color-coded that a potential short is in orange, in yellow. A potential long is in powder blue. If you want to know how to create the don't repeat, that's why I have a DR there. Don't repeat version of it. And why do I do that? I can go back in time, check to see what the first alert was and the price, and figure out what did it do from there. But even better, it can act like a watch list. Sometimes it might be a suggestion to go short, and maybe at some point it bounces. I bet you any money not any money, but ORCX probably bounced at one point. But I have other scans here. You can always take a look at them. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. Do not take every one of these scans and make a giant layout out of them. You'll never get anything done. Okay, you'll have too much information coming at you. You have to figure out a way just to have, a minimal amount of information that makes sense to you. Information meaning alerts coming at you. It's easy to make a mistake. A mistake meaning, you know what? I've read about this scan and I've read about that scan. I'm not talking necessarily from me or from anybody else, but YouTube. This is something that is a proven winner. And so all of a sudden you've got about 10 top lists, 20 alert windows, and yeah, they're all firing left and right, but you'll never get anything done. A very blah day after yesterday with our AI today. Well, better still, you should talk to the boss about it, Chad. You should be in our YouTube room next or not. He should next Wednesday. He's probably back to his streaming at noon. This reminds me a little bit of the Iova yesterday. A little bit, maybe it's going to be a late bloomer, guys. Now there's the weekly high right there is 408, so it's right there. If it takes that out, wow, it's got a lot of room. Keep an eye on this one, guys, for sure. ATPC, okay. In fact, there's that weekly high right there, a 408. Okay, I'm in it. I want to see if this, as long as it holds over, say 405, I'll keep in it. This is the ATPC because look at the room it's got. This is not a suggestion for anybody to do the same thing. I'm out of the AVEX now. You see how close it got to the 16 level, got down to what, 1615. That could be the block right there, that 16, and looked like it was. So I'm out of that one. Okay, guys, I have taken some off only because it's gone super parabolic. Okay, I've taken some off. And you know how it means what I'm talking about. Like, when super parabolic, I don't want to have it just drop completely on me. Okay, it may not. And I'm talking about the ATPC. I mean, when you're in a trade, if I'd been in way down here and was doing this, I'd love it. But I'm not in it right there. I mean, right around here. But it is moving, guys. It is moving. I told you. Well, I told you. I mean, I didn't know it was going to do this. All right, I have taken some more off. Okay, that for the 50 cent mark for me can be a bit of a block. for stocks under 5. I treat them sort of like a whole number. So I don't have very much left, okay? But I'll hold on to some in case it breaks through that 450. Interesting, so the late dayers took a while for them to really set up, but right, let's see if I can induce it upwards. It got right to that 450 mark. Let me see if I can induce it just a bit above it by putting a price alert there. Oops. And in my opinion, this is how you should use our price alerts window. Do not have it taking up space, okay? Don't have it taking up space, even if you have space. The reason why you should, in my opinion, anyway, you minimize it, because then when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen, okay? I will pass that on. I think that's Trustpilot or something, right, William? I agree, but I'll pass it on. Give me a moment, guys. Well, guys, that is a big wow, guys. I hope, well, if you weren't listening to me, listen, I'm not telling anybody to take a trade, but what I said was it's setting up to me the same kind of way that IOAV was setting up, which had a big pop at the end of the day, well, towards the end of the day in the afternoon. And man, this is way more than I thought. And this is another, I didn't even realize it, but this is another great example of the reentry. Look at that, the 367. So what happened is that was the original alert price. There was the stop. It hit the stop, but it got halfway, and that was fairly quick. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I mean, that took a long time for it to hit the stop. The entry price or the alert price, I will not call it the entry price, okay? Because people look at that and go, well, that's where you have to enter. No, the alert price anyway was at 10:08. That was the time. Didn't exit until 12:30. It's a long time, especially with a pretty tight stop, a 11-cent stop. Anyway, and then, yeah, I don't understand why that says, at any rate, 367 was your re-entry. So had you just waited for that, but again, with a low float, 970,000 in a float, that's why you cannot wander away. But that's what can happen. A low float situation goes from like $3 to almost 5 in a heartbeat. But then when the buying dries up, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, 1:38. So I may only have 20 minutes left. I'll always hang around later if there are questions. Okay, guys, it is now 20 minutes to 2, so yes, your SBC, well, I love it. The SBCX, no kidding. So, for those of you who don't know, you can, if you don't want to short this, though there are plenty of shorts available, you can always buy SSPC. And this is how you can buy this, and that'll be just like you're shorting SPCX. One more thrust, maybe one more. The only reason I have any left is because I sold some earlier, a couple of areas, and it's the only reason. Otherwise, I would have been out right here, everything. But just in case it does something crazy and gets through 5, if not, it's back down to the 450. I'll be out of everything. Did it open really? Okay, let me see if it showed up here. It did not. STDN, STDN, Standard Nuclear, 1350 a share, IPO price at 15. Yeah, on 10 million shares. So, yeah. So what I'm talking about is sometimes not as much as in the past though. I would have said like almost 95% of the time, but a stock that is an IPO shows up here in the Halts resumes as a resume. You can see that it did not, but many, and it wasn't designed for that. It just happened to happen. It just happened to happen. It was not designed. Well, I want to see who's behind that one. Not that it really matters anymore. Some massive names behind SpaceX also, but they've abandoned ship. Yeah, I mean some big guys. I mean Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Barclays, UBS, Evercore, RBC, Stifel. I mean, there's some big names behind this one, but I haven't gone over this for a while. The IPO calendar. Let's see what sort of IPOs are coming up this week. So 7/16. Did this start to trade? Oh, yeah, so this did start to trade today. Didn't see that one. CSQR, and it was IPO priced at sorry, at 21. And what is it now? So it's underneath the IPO price again. So not not good. We need a real, oh, this is a direct, this is a, QMLS is a direct listing. And that's supposed to be today, QMLS. Then it did start trading. But hardly any volume. And that's it for me, guys, on the ATPC. Okay, I got close to 5, but not quite. As it started coming down towards that 50-cent level, so I'm completely out of it now. There's a part of me that might take a look at it if it gets over 5. But it doesn't look good now. I mean, that's a big float, and it's really starting to give it up now. Oh, okay. This one actually was okay. This is what I'm talking about. See how the QMLS, this was a, I think it was a direct to market. So this did actually show up as a resume. Well, there's certainly a lot of consolidation taking place with Ruby. Don't take that gun to town. Ah, okay. Obi says if I leave at around 2 o'clock, I'll always stay later if there are questions, but Obi says he'll keep the room open to 2:30. Okay, so even if I leave at 2, Obi will keep the room open to 2:30. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. My layout will still be displayed. Okay. That's quite a, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? Lifetime low, SpaceX. See that little -1% in red? Lifetime low. Lifetime low. The hype on this thing for months ahead of it. This edible, EDHL? No, Everbright. Okay. EDHL is just got halted on the way down. Yeah, Rich, I remember that also. They were saying it was priced way too high. Agreed. And the rest is history, of course. But I mean, the thing about SpaceX is, I mean, at least Facebook, I don't know when Facebook launched if they actually were making money. Seems like they probably were. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously they had a ton of revenue, but I'm not sure they were actually making money yet when they launched. Whereas SpaceX is obviously not making money and probably not anytime soon, if ever. So I think Facebook was a slightly different animal in that regard. That I do not know, William. Let's go back in time. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it. Yeah, I will be. Okay. Are you kidding me? It was that long ago? 2012? 2012. I thought, I only started doing this room like this in 2015. Now we had a text version a little earlier before 2015, but I think that might have been I started in 2013 for a couple of years, but I'm surprised that that IPO was in May of 2012. Too bad, Poe. Yeah, because I mean, this is reverse split adjusted, or forward split adjusted, I'm sure, right? 669. So, or is it? I don't know. I can't remember if Meta Facebook did a forward split. Okay, I thought maybe they had done a forward split to get the number of shares or the stock price down, but okay. So what was the news on Ruby? Why did it pop up? I'm just going to see if I can find out. And did whether they do a financing? Trading higher after the company reported a 94% increase of its estimate of net value. Oh, NAV. Okay, that's what I remember somebody pointing that out. Okay, crazy high. Yes, and then it dropped. Pop up to $8. My goodness, $8. It's all about the float, though. 626,000 shares in the float. I mean, it's all about the float. How can it do that? And then that just there you go. That's the reason. Yeah, I can't get rid of this without shutting down that little tool. That's okay. I'll just shut it down. Great tool. All right, guys, it is now 1:58. So I am going to be taking off unless there are questions. I'll always stay later for questions, but Obi says you'll keep the room open till at least to 2:30. Okay, I'll keep my layout up and running. I'm still going to be around my desk, so if I do see a question, I will hop back on the mic. Gonna have to watch AVEX tomorrow to see if it has a rebound. Actually, a rebound. Remember, it had a great day, couple of days, and it's just given it up. I don't think there's any specific news on it. What do they do? It's a holding company. Okay, Tactical Systems and Global Solutions segments. Okay, it's a holding company of some sort. So had a great couple of days. The low of the 2 days ago, 3 days ago was 1570, and yesterday's high was 18. Yeah, I mean, I remember you're talking about that one. I mean, this one got up to what 155 yesterday, closed down here at 86 cents. So yeah, unlike the TGHL, which sort of did the same thing yesterday, got up to 98 and closed down here, but then today, boom. So maybe VIVS, maybe it's going to take another day. What I'll do, I don't typically trade these type of stocks, but I'll put a price alert around 103 and see if it takes it out tomorrow, and maybe it starts to attack that high up here. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. So again, Obi will keep the room open. I have to shut down YouTube though. So YouTubers, I'll get on the mic tomorrow in the YouTube room at around 9 o'clock. So I'm shutting down YouTube right now.